Hello everyone and welcome to day 6 of the Optimist World Championship 2026. Today we're back with our drones and the individual fleet racing, so get ready, it's going to be an incredible day. At the moment we are still with AP flag. AP flag, as we can see now. Conditions are great, we're just waiting to set up the course, but it's looking around 15-18 knots. A good breeze, sunny day, warm day, so the sailors are going to love it today. Just to recap, we finished fleet racing, qualifying 2 days ago. Now we're back with the finals. The fleet sailors have been divided into gold, silver, bronze, and emerald. Only those in gold can get the title of world champion. The rest are already in silver, bronze, and emerald fleet and cannot overtake the sailors in the fleets above. So this is how the top 10 is looking at the moment. We have a Turkey 1440 Cengiz in P1, Andrea de Murtas P2, Arthur Lamin P3, Carl Bergerson P4, Guillermo Costa P5, Manuel Braganza P6, Maltese Andrei P7, Daniel Capa P8, Pedro Firmeza P9, and P10 for Francisco. So great job by the Brazilians, 3 sailors in top 10. So whilst the sailors now prepare for the racing, they will do their last checks, check their trim, check their technique for today. The race course will also finish setting up, the race committee will finish setting up the race course, and we are for sure going to have a great day. 3 races planned for all fleets, so tune in and enjoy the amazing racing we'll have today in Tanger.
NDJS, faire gagner le sport. Did you know the wetsuit you wear pollutes the ocean? Traditional neoprene takes 1,000 years to disappear. Clean. Restore. Prevent. Same performance, smaller footprint. Because protecting the ocean isn't optional, it's the whole point.
What does it take to become a sailing champion? Talent helps, but preparation makes the difference. At Gold Winds Sailing Academy, we develop the sailors of tomorrow through elite coaching, advanced training, and real competitive experience. From youth classes to Olympic pathways, we build athletes ready to perform when it matters most. Because excellence isn't found, it's trained. Gold Winds Sailing Academy. To be a sailing pro, start training like one.
NDJS, faire gagner le sport. Did you know the wetsuit you wear pollutes the ocean? Traditional neoprene takes 1,000 years to disappear. Clean. Restore. Prevent. Same performance, smaller footprint. Because protecting the ocean isn't optional, it's the whole point.
What does it take to become a sailing champion? Talent helps, but preparation makes the difference. At Gold Winds...
So, hello everyone, already Gold Fleet race number 1, 6th race of the regatta. We're already in procedure, starting with the racing. Different direction from the last few days. We attempted to race with this direction in day 3, but we saw that it slowly died off. And here we are, a completely different condition, just to show you the wind we're having today. We are having at the moment 16 knots in the race course, wind direction 295, 0.3 meters of chop and 30 degrees. So very, very warm day. We're seeing here Gold Fleet race number 1. And less than 1 minute for start, we've just seen U flag gone down. We're in the committee area. Looks like a bit of line sag. People in the ends pushing a bit more. Left, I would say, looking more favored from here in the studio. A bit more breezy, close to land. And looks like the fleet is agreeing with me. Few more boats there. Today, good news, we have drones and we also have live trackers. So we will be able to follow the racing as the fleet advances. We'll be able to see in the top right side of our screens the top 10 live positions. So great racing today, different direction, and here we go, race number 1 of the Gold Fleet. Tacking off just now, we see Canadian Harris from Canada just tacking off, and looks like an Italian is off to a great start. This is Italian sailor. Let's see if we can get closer. Andrea de Murtas just banging a pin and start and tacking and crossing the fleet. So it looks like the pin was favored. Those sailors that we're seeing now came from the pin side and are crossing in this first crossing. Let's change overview now. See a bit of the outside view, how it's looking. Andrea de Murtas that we're seeing now in the top of our screens, looking very, very, very solid. Great position for him there. Looks like he had a great start in the pack and managing to cross well. At the moment, live results still not in place. We are seeing them, but they're still waiting to get refreshed. They take a few minutes. They have a bit of delay at the start, but then we slowly get into place with them. And here we see the fleet. Here we see the whole fleet. Let's get a close lineup again. See how the race is looking. Here we have it. Spanish sailor that we're seeing there, not looking in a very good position. That is Dani Capa. Dani Capa at the moment, 8th overall in the results. Let's just put the overall results. Here we have Cengiz from Turkey in P1, Andrea de Murtas in P2, and Arthur Lamin in P3. These are the results with the first 5 races. But let's follow the fleet now. Direct points, completely different story from the other races where the sailors were split into 4 different races. Now it is only one fleet where the top 10 the top boats manage it. Harris from Canada here in the right side of the fleet. Looks like he's believing more in this right side. Beside him, we have Jan Hever from the UAE. At the moment, they're 57 and 58 in the overall. But both of them managed some good races. Harris in the 5th race managed a 13th, whilst Jen from UAE managed a 4th place in the Blue Fleet 2 days ago. Sailors starting to tack back and converge towards the center of the course. Now in the screen also we're seeing GBR sailor. It is, I believe, Patrick from the GBR. Let's see if we can get a bit more of a close. 66181. That is Johnny Rogers from the GBR. Johnny earlier this year won Palamos International Optimist Regatta. And to leeward of him, we have Carl Birgersson from Sweden. 4th place at the moment in the overall. Very solid card. 2-2, 17, 2 and 5. And here we have him. The overall leader at the moment, looking in a very, very good position, is Andrea de Murtas. We can see him hiking and working the boat really well. We can see he is fast. Let's just get a close-up of him, see how he's working fore aft with the body. Great play also with the mainsail, helping him open when he needs a bit more power that he thinks he might not cross the wave. And when he's fully powered and can hike it out, sheet in again. So that's very important, playing with the mainsail constantly to make sure you're full speed. To the leeward group now, we're seeing Portuguese sailor Guilherme Costa, 5th overall, and Greek sailor, that was Dimitros from Greece that we're seeing now. All these sailors, top 15, top 20, they are not gonna let themselves give up. Points here, very, very important. You score a first, your rival scores a 15, you put 14 points in between him and them, and it is very tricky. The level of the racing is extremely high, so passing every boat you need to pass becomes a mission. Now we're seeing the sailors more in the left side of the course. Just at the moment we're having here Charles Holland from GBR. And looking good, looking in good position. Fleet here on port, crossing good. We have the current world champion that just won yesterday, the team racing, Hugo Gonzalez, also in a great position there. To windward of him, Puerto Rico sailor that we cannot see who is right now, but looking good. Wave starting to get a bit bigger, and as we're seeing here the gold fleet go off, soon silver will start. Here we have it. The boats with the yellow floaties are a New Blue sponsor of the streaming, so thanks to them for helping us be here and have these amazing views that we can enjoy. And as we're seeing the gold fleet go up, let's just switch quickly to the start, see how the silver fleet is doing. Silver fleet already in procedure. These are the second group of sailors that didn't qualify to gold fleet, unfortunately. But here they are. Still, they can fight to be, they will all be above 50% of the table as there are 4 groups. But they're going to fight to be between 25 and 50%. 25% in the world is not a bad position at all, and we're seeing them here. Fleet still has a bit of time left. They're still lining up, doing their last checks. We're seeing sailors even go above the line, just checking everything. So let's go back to the gold fleet soon. Let's just, in a second, change and see how they're going, see if we can get some live footage from gold. And here we see gold fleet going up. It is looking windy. It is looking windy. Last update we got, just to give a refresh, was 16 knots from 295, but I think it's already picking. And back in the background we can see another country and another continent. We're seeing here Spain in the background. This is the area of Cadiz and surroundings, and we're seeing it is very windy. And the small rib there in front of the fleet, that is iconic photographer Matias Capizzano. Great shots by him at all the events, always, so he will be here creating some great footage. In case you want some photo of your sailors, you can contact him directly, and he for sure will have pictures. Great shot here. Looking windy, I would say probably closer to 20 knots now, so very, very, very important to hike out. And we have finally updated results, updated live results. We have Elliot in P1, Ines in P2, Manuel Braganza in P3, and Andrea de Murtas that we saw leading so solidly. He is in P4 based on the live standings. Let's go now to Silver Fleet. See solidly. Based on the live standings. Let's go now to Silver Fleet, see how they're doing. And they're about to go in the start. Less than 1 minute left. We'll then tune back into Gold Fleet, see their approach and how they're going. Sailors are liking it more. And a final race number 6 here. We can see the sailors slowly approaching. Starting line between the orange flag at the back of the course and the orange flag here. So very important to not be over. Looks like we're getting a flag which is general recall. So let's go back to the Gold Fleet and follow their live racing and approach to the top mark. Here we are back in gold. And let's just zoom in a bit and see how the fleet is looking. Incredible conditions once again. And we can see the top sailors that are coming now are from the right. Looks like the right is leading. Andrea de Murtas, P1 at the moment. Jan Herve that we saw banging hard that right side with Harris from Canada. In P2 for Jan and P7 for Harris. So looks like this right side has been paying off slightly more. Windy, 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 windy. Now seeing in the background we see Tanger City. Quite nice place to be, great venue for sailing, and I would love to be in the water sailing myself right now. Sailors starting to converge. Looks like Andrea de Murtas will round first in this top mark, so that will be good for him. Same course as the rest of the days. Let's just put it up. It's an upwind, reach, downwind, upwind to the finish. Really important when it's this windy to be able to execute top speed in the reaching and the downwinds, and to do so, if you manage to round ahead of the group and just be able to sprint through, you will make it in a good position. So, Andrea de Murtas, P1 at the moment, Carl Bergerson, P2, Antonio Moreira, P3, or Agnieszka Madonic. It is changing around, but all these boats we have seen in the screen before, so it looks like we were focusing on the right side of the course. And here we are approaching soon the top mark. Let's see who is taking that first position. I believe the trackings are accurate, and we are seeing Andrea de Murtas. Andrea de Murtas here. Looks like he has to DAC 2 sailors, and we'll be seeing, let's see when the screen changes around a bit and we see the numbers a bit better, who is in that P1 position, that extremely wanted P1 position. And it looks like it will either be Carl from Sweden or Hugo Gonzalez from Spain in P1. Hugo rounding P1, P2 for Carl Birgertsson. Ines and Andrea will be rounding hand by hand in P3 and P4. And P5 will be for Elliot from Switzerland. So that is the top 5. We'll just be following them around. And here we have our overall leader in the standings at the moment. That is Cengiz from Turkey, rounding in P6. And we're seeing here the sailors approach the top mark, the bunch, the big group. Here are where the points are really decided. If you can manage to cross ahead of 10 boats, could make your regatta completely different. We're just seeing now Danny race for him. Natalia, second girl overall, Sweden 4950, just passing also. So this is not good for them. This is not good for them. They need to turn this around, because at the moment this is not a good race for them if they are trying to contend for the top spots. No tengo nada en pantalla. Start. Why it got stuck. So we're back here. Apologies for a bit of a technical error I just had. We're back here following Gold Fleet in race number 6. It is, at the moment, they are in the downwind of this first race, finals number 6, race 6 of the championship. Eren from Cengiz from Turkey, P1, current European champion, won last year, and now he is here. He will also be attending the European Championship as he won, and that gives him a direct spot. Great job by him here. Really fast, really fast. We saw him round 7th at the top mark, and here we see him dashing. New blue boat also, so these new blue boats are quite fast, and great shot of him. We can really even spy on him a bit now, see how it's looking. We can see him how he's bailing, how he's driving the boat around. Mainsail position, really good shot for those around at home trying to learn from these videos. Here you have it, best of the world, best of the best right now. And we can see him, he is fast. He is really, really fast. Second in the race at the moment we have Hugo from Spain. He won yesterday the team racing, and not a bad scorecard, 14, 22, 45, which he discarded, 7 and 8. So here we are following them around. We can see that the wave is starting to get bigger. This is often something that happens, that as the wind increases and the time passes, the wave grows with time. And Cengiz looking like he's on rails, making distance every minute from the sailors around him. And they are not bad sailors. They are not bad sailors at all. We are here at the Gold Fleet, race number 1. So these sailors had to qualify to get here. I believe it was the top 71 boats that are making it into the Gold Fleet. And we are seeing Cengiz soon getting into this last upwind to the finishing line. Conditions at the moment, 16 knots from 295, 0.3 meters of wave, but still increasing, and 30 degrees. P1 for Cengiz, P2 for Hugo from Spain, Ines and Carl taking a split. Carl is seeing something that the rest are not. Let's just remind ourselves that the right side was paying off in this first upwind, and now we're seeing a Lithuanian sailor, Liepa and Manuel Braganza, Andrea de Murtas that we saw in a very solid position in the upwind, just rounding here, followed by Argentinian and another Spanish. Will Cayley from Canada just passing around now, and on the other hand we have Japanese sailor also passing, it's Kotaro from Japan. So good racing we're seeing here. We'll soon be switching to see the other fleets, but we'll giving during this day a bit of priority to the Gold Fleet, as we want to know who is the new world champion or who has the chances. Red Fleet here, Bronze Fleet coming up in the screen. And just to refresh ourselves, Silver is racing. You have trackers for all the fleets in case you want to check any of the fleets specifically. Yellow and gold, gold and silver already went for their starts. Clear start, both of them, so nobody was UFD after the recall we saw from the blue fleet, the silver fleet, and here we are. Still a bit of time left for this bronze fleet, so let's go back to the gate of gold. Gold gate here. And we can see the last few boats, the top 71 sailors just rounding. Here we have it. And looks like some of the sailors are already starting to tack. I believe it's Cengiz that we're seeing at the end of our screen, coming back from this left hand of the screen, trying to converge. So let's see if we can get a bit of a closer. Eren still in P1, Hugo P2 and Carl in P3, Ines in P4 and Malta sailor Andre in P5. So not a lot of changes at the moment Let's see if we can zoom up and see what these top sailors are doing. Last minute of the red bronze start. Let's go to it. Here we have it. Less than 1 minute going. We are seeing a bit of more of a sag, line sag. This could mean that the sailors have not taken well their transits, or maybe the current has become a bit stronger. Also, there is a bit of drift. This is because of the wind picking up and the waves getting bigger, so it pushes your boat more down the line. So that is something that does happen, but still, again, we're seeing the fleet now in a bit of a different position, more divided. We're seeing more sailors pushing towards that committee, which is not the worst of decisions, knowing that the right side paid off for the gold fleet. Those sailors that we saw cross first were coming from the right side. And here we go. Here we go. Race committee not raising any flags, so that means it was a clear start, and we're seeing the sailors go. Didrik from Sweden here, looking good, in shape, just had a good start, and off he goes. So whilst the bronze fleet is racing, let's go back to gold to see the overall leaders. Here we have it. And Eren from Turkey, P1, comfortably and solid. Hugo from Spain and Ines from Puerto Rico looking like P2 and P3, so maybe the wind is slowly going a bit to the left, clocking a bit to the left. But Eren is fast. He is playing the speed game, and it is not going bad at all for him. And let's go to follow the bronze fleet for a bit. Here we have it. From 50 to the 75% of sailors. These sailors maybe had a bad race some moment, and this is why they are here, but still great sailing, all of them. And let's just remind ourselves that this is a world championship. This is no jokes, and the sailors have had to work very hard to come here. They have had to qualify through their national systems, and now they are here, all of them battling it in Tanger. Let's get a close-up of our leader, Eren from Turkey. Great shot here. We can see how he uses all the resources available to be fast. Water in the boat, not a problem, I bail it. Can I make the boat go fast while I bail it? I do it. And we can see how he works with his body, with his hand to help pass the waves. But now in screen also, Hugo from Spain. Hugo has managed to catch up a bit with Eren, so Hugo might have a bit of an edge. And also Ines here managed to overtake Hugo, so it looks like they are having a bit of a speed edge on Eren in this upwind leg. Ines, current vice world champion. Last year in Slovenia, she finished second female behind Olha Lubjanska from Ukraine. So we can see her, she's battling it here again, and she wants to take that gold medal home for sure. She has been traveling and doing lots of regattas. She went to the Rock during the last season, and here she is trying to get those gold and bring metal, some more metal back to Puerto Rico. And here we can see how the sailors are, all of them working their boat in different ways. Hugo always working more from center to back with his body weight, whilst Ines bit of a different position. Looks like she's sitting a bit further aft in the boat and rocking the boat, working it fore aft, more in a four-way. So very different styles, but looks like they are all working because they are fast. Going to camera 1 now, seeing the Silver Fleet rounding. And here we have it. Silver Fleet coming up, New Zealand, USA, Czech Republic, and Singapore taking the first 4 positions. These sailors want to do good, even though they're in Silver Fleet and they cannot overtake the Gold Fleet sailors. Here they are, and they have to try and get that top 25%. Maybe some of these sailors are a bit younger and they are working towards next year's Worlds, which will be in Lanzarote. So here they are, just trying to get a bit more experience, or maybe just had some bad racing, some damage during the first races or stuff like this that can just take you out very quickly of the Gold Fleet standings. Gold Fleet finished with 72 points in 5 races, making it an average of 14th place. So no chance at all to do mistakes. You did a mistake and you were out of the Gold Fleet. And here we have getting to the Gold Fleet finishing race number 1, race number 6 overall. Eren taking P1, solid Eren. At the moment, Ines showing in the trackings P2, and looks like Hugo will be P3. That's what the trackings are saying, but from my view, I think Sweden's Carl Bergerson will take P3. So P3 for the bronze medalist of last year. This is going to put him in a really good place. I didn't really see Arthur Lamine in this race. So Carl will put some points between him and Arthur. And Andrea de Murtas, we did see him. But I think it was around 10th place. So also a bit of points there towards Carl's side. Unfortunately, Carl scored in the 3rd race of qualifying a 17th. So he has a bit of not too much wiggling room. Whilst Arthur and Andreas have a discard of a 5 for Arthur and an 8 for Andreas. So even if Arthur did a, let's say, 15, he will only put 5 more points in this race in his scorecard. Tight finish here for Lucas Cao from Singapore. And we're seeing all the new blue boats around yellow floaties. That is great sportsmanship by Lucas, just taking penalty there before finishing the race. And here we see Dani Capa, top 10 in the overall standings, coming back here in this race. He caught up some meters, made some distance, so that will be good for him. He is extremely fast, or that's what his coach told me, in the open legs, like the reaching and the downwind. So for sure that helped him gain some spaces and found himself in a better position for the overall and managed to climb some more spots in this upwind. Let's now go to the Blue Fleet reaching, the Silver Fleet. Here we have it. These are the leading boats of the Silver Fleet. Looks like it is New Zealand Kiwi sailor in P1. That is William from New Zealand, P1. P2 we saw was US sailor. Let's see if we managed to find him. It was US sailors. Audrey Rochelle, we saw her there in P2. There we see it again in the screen. And in P3 we have a Norwegian sailor. This is Norwegian Noah, 92nd overall, so he will put up a bit more spots with this. And let's switch now. Green Fleet coming up, so they're about to go into the start, so there we are switching. Here we have it, Green Fleet for you to see. This is Emerald Fleet, and we can see the guys are ready before. This is the last minute to the start. First start, let's see if we have some updates for you guys about Red Fleet, Bronze Fleet start. Yes, Bronze Fleet start was also a clear start, so at the moment the fleet behaving, we had to have a general recall for the Silver Fleet, but the rest behaving really well. There we go, 2 Austrian sailors in Emerald Fleet. And as we are just passing through, we can see that this is a very diverse fleet. Sailors from Paraguay, Slovenia, Ecuador, India, UAE, Azerbaijan, you name it, they are all here battling it in the World Championship. Blue Fleet coming up, we just saw them. Audrey Rochelle looking like she is overtaking William from New Zealand. Noah also there, and we can see the umpires closely surveying all the sailors. They cannot pump. If they can pump once per wave if they catch the waves. If they repeatedly don't catch the waves and they keep on pumping and pumping, they will get a flag. First flag, regatta, you do 2 turns. Second flag, from regatta, you are retired from that race. And the penalty keeps on going like that. Every time you get 1 more flag, you retire from that race. So very strict. We don't want an unfair sport here, so the sailors have a big penalty in case they are over with the pumping. Unfortunately, Green Emerald Fleet got UFDs. As soon as we get confirmation of who they are, we will let you know. But we are seeing here the sailors just going downwind. Audrey Rochelle from the USA in a very good position. She'll be happy. And now we just saw Noah from Norway catch a great plant. The wave is for sure incredible. It is a really nice wave that we have here. So the sailors are really gonna enjoy it. I would love to be myself sailing right now. I sail for 70 and these waves look like they are extremely fun to sail on. So we have some updated conditions from the race course just coming through live from the ocean. Wind decreased a bit. It is 15 knots at the moment, and the wave, as I was commenting before, they have just told us it increased to 0.5 meters and getting slightly longer. That means the sailors will be enjoying their plannings downwind a bit longer. Thanks for the updates from the race course, and we will soon change to see the top mark. As I was saying, back to camera 3 soon. See if we can get the top approach of the bronze fleet. Whilst we're getting that to go in place, following here, silver fleet here in screen for you, race number 6. As soon as we have updated gold standings, we will let you know. As soon as we have updated gold standings, we will let you know with the top 10. But before this race, let's just go overall. We had Cengiz that just won the race in P1, so he will be once again in P1. Andrea de Murtas P2, Arthur Lamin in P3, Carl Bergerson P4, Guillermo Costa P5, Manuel Braganza P6, 7th for Andrei from Malta, Dani Capa in 8th, 9th for Portuguese, Pedro Firmeza, and 10th for Francisco from Brazil. So looks like the key here is to speak Portuguese, because the Brazilians and the Portuguese are taking 5 out of the top 10 results. Noah from Norway looking very fast at the moment in this downwind leg. He is for sure working really well the boat within the rules, because we had the umpire just come close and he didn't get flagged. So that means he is working the best legally. Audrey Rochelle also not giving up at all, but we are seeing William from New Zealand struggle a bit, falling behind a bit. From this perspective, maybe looks like the main sheet is slightly too tight in, but we are seeing them. Very important, lots of things you can trim in the downwind to check and get good speed. For example, you can adjust the height of your centerboard. The more higher you have it, the less grip, so the more you can get pushed by the waves, but also means that you are more unstable, so that is a trade-off. You have to balance how easy it is for you to catch the wave versus how stable you are. Main sheet work, very important. We can also control the stability of the boat by how in or out the mainsail is. If it's too tight, the boat will want to head up a bit more, while if it's more loose, it will want to go a bit more rodeo style, but more unstable. And then we can also adjust the vang. If the vang is too loose, when the pressure comes, the sail will open a bit, while if the vang is a bit tighter, it will get gripped. So you have to manage there how it is looking. Sailors just going up for this last upwind leg. We will soon switch to camera 3 if we can manage to get the bronze fleet going. But let's leave you guys with these gate roundings, so see if you can identify your sailor. Whilst we wait for the approach of the bronze fleet, we will let you know that unfortunately Tanzania 48 from the Emerald Fleet got UFD. Other 3 fleets clear start, so the sailors will be happy.
right now on our screens, we can see the blue fleet on their last upwind towards the finish line. And also we can see that they're starting to cross with the bronze fleet that's approaching the gate very soon. So the sailors are going to be mixing up on this leg right now, which is also really tricky, and they also have to take this in advance. They also have to look at it and watch out that the sailors that are going upwind, which are the ones from the silver fleet, are not going to go too much inside the red fleet. That's going to be taking the wind away from them a bit as they're going downwind. So this is also a really important thing that you have to look at whenever you're crossing with other fleets in any leg. That can happen in, usually that happens in the last upwind and the downwind. And yeah, once again, the fleets that are going upwind is the blue fleet, and the fleet that's going downwind is the one that's going upwind is the silver, and the one that's going downwind it's the bronze. We're seeing the Portuguese sailor looking really strong from this left-hand side. This is a bit different because before on the first upwind the right-hand side was looking really, really strong, but as we look now, we can see that it's not always in every leg the same tactics and strategy that's going to work out. So the sailors really have to be all the time looking around, analyzing the conditions, and making sure that the side that they're choosing is the right side, because you don't want to make mistakes. It's the final days right now. They're fighting for the top positions, though you don't want to make a mistake in this stage of the regatta. As we're looking right now at the finish of the silver fleet, as we said before, the Portuguese sailor winning the race, really, really nice advantage from this left-hand side, followed by the USA 39, and then in third position in this race number 6, Norway 4131. So this is the top three in the silver fleet, very closely followed by the France 32-38. Yeah, let's enjoy this image. Really, really nice image of the finish line of the silver fleet. This is the race number 6, which is the first race of the final series here in World Championships 2026. As we just saw the finish line of the silver fleet, we're now moving to the bronze. This is the gate of the bronze, so they're approaching the last leg of this race number 6, which is the first final day. We saw already the top sailors took the gate. I would say it's quite even. There's no gate that's more in favor that the sailors seem to like more. I would say they're spreading on the sides quite evenly, and we'll see which side is going to pay off for this fleet. As we're moving up with the leaders of the bronze fleet here in the last leg, let's move and see the start of the gold fleet. This is the 5 minutes for gold fleet. We can see that they're lining up for the start of this race number 2 of the final, which is race number 7. Right now with us on the screen, gold fleet, less than 4 minutes to the start. As we see today, the racing, as for now, is going really smooth. No junior recalls. This is final. The kids don't want to, they cannot afford any mistakes, so they're more calm, more conscious of the line. We saw a bit of banana effect in the previous start, which means that the middle of the starting line was a bit lower than the pin and committee end. This is really common in a bigger regatta when the line is a bit longer. It's not so easy to know where exactly is the starting line. To be able to do that, they have to have a really good transit and be really conscious of the line. So let's see how it goes for the gold fleet in the race number 7, which is the second race of the finals. Here every race counts. This is finals. Really important to not make any mistakes, to be fully focused all the time in every part of the race. And here we have less than 1 minute to the start of the gold fleet. Yeah, as we can see, the sailors are still keeping the distance towards the line. They want to have the space and the time to accelerate the boat to be able to cross the line in full speed, perfectly on time. This is what we call time on distance. They want to have this time on distance perfect, which will allow them to open the race and start the race the best way possible. So this is really important right now. Let's see how it goes for them. Race number 7 of the gold fleet. And as we can see, the middle of the line, here we go. This is the start. The middle of the line pushed really, really hard. Let's see if we don't get, yeah, as expected. General recall for the yellow fleet. I think we praised the day too early. We said the racing was going smooth, but unfortunately, first general recall of the day. Let's hope it's going to be the last also, but we'll see, we'll see. As for now, no waiting for the list of the people that were on the false start as we got the U flag. So we go straight away with another start for the gold fleet. And yeah, straight away restart, no waiting. Hopefully this time the star will have no false start. Here we go, restart for the gold fleet, race number 7, second attempt, as we had already one general recall. As we can see, the sailors are non-stop checking the line, seeing which side is in favor. This is really, really important. You cannot afford any second of break. You have to be checking all the time. Be sure that the side you're choosing is for sure in favor. So yeah, as we see on the screen, they're all the time sailing, checking the line, checking the sides, the gusts, the shifts. It's all really important. As we're looking at them, let's switch to the blue fleet as they're right now approaching the finish line. This is the winner of the silver fleet, crossing the finish line right now. As we see, USA 444. Winner of the race number 6, first final race for the silver fleet. Sorry, this is bronze fleet, not silver, sorry. Bronze fleet on the finish line, winner USA 444. In the second position, Thailand 1493. And in third position, GBR 6687. Followed really closely by Polish sailor 39, Poland 3965. So this is the top 3, and then the rest of the fleet is really, really tight on the finish line of the bronze fleet. really nice overview of this finish line here in the bronze fleet. We can see really nicely all the numbers, the sailors crossing the finish line. As we're waiting and looking at them, yellow gold fleet has less than 4 minutes right now. We'll very soon move to the camera number 2 that's with the gold fleet, but let's look at the bronze for a bit longer. Just to give you an update on the race course, the blue fleet already finished the race number 6, which is the first final race. The updated results you can, as always, see on the official website of the Optimist Wars 2026. And with us on the screen, bronze fleet finishing the race number 1 of the finals, and also we have on the race course emerald fleet that's somewhere around the gate right now. Let's switch to the camera number 2 that's with the yellow fleet right now. We can see that they have less than 4 minutes right now. Slowly approaching the line. We can see some sailors are approaching the line from the top. This is the opposite that the usual sailors approach, but this is also one of the tactics, one of the strategies that you can approach, getting from the top of the line. The only thing that you need to make sure is that your timing is right, that you're not crossing the line in less than a minute, because that would mean a false start for you. But as we can see, we have still more than 1 minute to the start, so you can easily approach the line from the top. We can see that less than 1 minute to the start of the gold fleet. Really nice overview shot here of the line. We can see a really big banana effect, what we call, which is that the boats in the middle are lower than the ones in the side of the line. But as we already had one January code, they will for sure be going for the start a bit more safe. They're not going to be pushing as hard. You don't want to have a false start in the second race of the final series. This is a really expensive mistake. So everyone is going a bit safer in the second attempt, especially with the black flag. Let's see how it's going to go. And here we go. Start for the gold fleet, race number 7, second race of the finals. We're looking right now at the gold fleet, race number 7, second race of the finals. Really nice overview shot here. From the right-hand side of the course, we can see 2 sailors in the middle section of the line looking really, really strong. I think they had a really good start. The time on distance, as we said before, was really important, and we can see that they nailed it. This is what gave them this really nice advantage already here at the beginning of the race. Also, the Swedish sailor here on the right hand side, and the Greece. Yeah, we can see that those 4 boats are really ahead of the fleet right now. That's the effect of a really good start. That's the effect of really getting this transit on point and getting your speed right in the very moment of start. we're looking right now from the left-hand side at this gold fleet, race number 7. Really nice overview shot here. Yeah, we can see the Spanish and the Italian sailor looking really good here. Really ahead of the fleet. This is amazing for them. This much of an advantage at the very start of the race was going to give them really nice position at the top mark. Here we have on the right side of the screen our updated result after the race number 6, which was the first final race. As we said before, Turkish sailor Cengiz is still in the leading position. In the second position, we have the Swedish car Birgersson that was doing really nice on this right-hand side in this race, so he should keep that position, keep that second position after the 7th race also. In the third position, Brazilian sailor 4368 Arthur. And in the fourth position, Italian 217 Andrea de Murtas. Fifth position for Malta sailor 244 Andrei Zakov. Sixth position, Brazil 4500 Manuel. In 7th position, Portugal 2904 Guilherme. 8th position goes to Argentina 4286 Thomas. In 9th position, we have a Japanese sailor 3351 Cortarro. And in 10th position, Switzerland 2051 Elliot. Those are the results after the race number 6. After the race number 6, which was the first final race. Let's switch to camera number 3. That's the finish line of Emerald Fleet. We have a Morocco 101 winning this race number 6 for the Emerald Fleet, followed by Slovenia 473 and Oman 316 in third position in the Emerald Fleet. As we're also looking at the Emerald Fleet, we can see in the top of our screen in the back, Gold Fleet on their first leg. This is really nice shot. We can see both fleets racing here at the same time. Let's remember that the fleet that just finished the race for the Emerald Fleet, they cannot disturb the Gold Fleet sailors that are in their first leg approaching the top mark. So they have to watch out because they have to come back to the start line and not disturb the Gold Fleet sailors. We have Austria, Ukraine, India, and Mexico crossing the finish line right now in this Emerald Fleet race number 7. Race number 6.
And here I am. I'm back after a small break. We are back here. We're gonna start with race number 7 from Gold Fleet. This is the second race of Gold Fleet. Here we have live standings at the moment. Nicolas Bastard, P1, P2 for Andrea de Murtas, and P3 for Michal Sovec. Michal last year finished in medal position in the Slovenia Worlds as a local, and here he is not doing as good. He's in 35th, so has a bit of a slow start. Had some good races, a 3 and a 3rd place in the first race of the qualifying series, but since then has been managing a bit, struggling to find a bit of a lane, but good, he is back here, and maybe he can turn this championship around. Lots of races still left. We're in race number 7, and we will have 2 races more today, so races 7, which we are doing now, and 8, and then tomorrow 2 more, and the last day 2 more. So a total of 6 races, counting this one, which can turn everything around. As my colleague was saying, updated results. Cengiz P1, P2 for Carl, and P3 for Arthur. Andrea P4, Malta P5, 6 for Manuel Braganza, 7 for Guillermo Costa, 8 for Tomás Morteo, 9 for Kotaro Matsunaga, and 10 for Elliot Novarra. These sailors did really well. Winner of the race was Cengiz, and following in second place we saw Ines Mendez. Third we saw Carl Bergerson. Fourth, Hugo Gonzalez, and fifth, Andrei Zhakov. Regarding the girls' standings, the girls are also opting for the female world champion title, which is leading at the moment by Ines, 15th overall and first girl, 24th place, second girl Margot. Last year she finished third, so she is for sure trying to step again on that winning podium. Third is Liepa from Lithuania. We saw Liepa do it really good. She scored the 7th place. Fourth for Mara, that won team racing yesterday, 37th in this race, so a bit of a shocker here. And fifth place for Agnieszka Madonic. In this race she scored the 15th. She's been consistently around 15th place in all the races, so not bad overall. And we saw Maeve Dona from Ireland start very strong in the initial races with a 9:30 for a second and a fifth, but this race has been a bit of a shocker for her, 57th overall. So that rounds the top 6 girls. Now back to this race where we are sailing in Gold Fleet race number 7. Nicolas P1 clear ahead of the pack, but we were seeing also in previous races how Andrea de Murtas was in a really good, strong position, but the race suddenly turned around at the end. So let's see if that right side pays off or if it changes. Andrea, great sailor, following the steps of his older brother Alex de Murtas, European Optimist champion and bronze medal in the 2021 Optimist Worlds. So here he is, once again his brother showing top form. Andrea, here we see him. Let's see if we can find him in the screen, but he has been very consistent. He has been very consistent during the week. As for now, 4, 3, 1, 1, 8, 10 in the scorecard, so not bad overall. He is second in total points. First is Cengiz, clear ahead with a 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 1. And third overall in total points, which are not the net points, Carl Bergerson. 2, 2, 17, 2, 5, 3. So except that shocker of a 17, other races all in top 5. We're seeing Natalia here and Maeve Dona in this right side of the course, looking in a good position. We're just seeing the first sailor, which I believe is Nicolas Bastard tacking, but Natalia from Sweden looking good position here, looking fast, managing to gain some height to her rivals at the moment. So height in the upwind is always a good thing. If you can point higher, you do less meters, so you are always happy. We leave you for a second with a short break, thanking our sponsors, and we'll see soon the top approach of the Gold Fleet. And we are back here seeing this approach of Gold Fleet. We are slowly getting there. Natalia from Sweden looking in a good position. Natalia Wallin at the moment looking like left crosses. Nicolas Bastard, end of the screen. He is dashing for the bullet in this race. Michal Sovets from Slovenia, second place, and Andrea de Murtas from Italy, third place. If Andreas can keep on this consistency, we will see it being very rewarding at the end of the race. He could maybe even find himself in the top position in the podium if he manages to make some distance to Eren Cengiz from Turkey. But Eren not giving up. 7th overall at the moment in this race. And let's see who takes this top position out of the 284 sailors racing in the 2026 Optimist World Championships. As soon as Silver Fleet gets onto racing, we will update you with them. And here we have mark approach Nicolas Bastarda. We saw win the pre-World Regatta, rounding the mark in top position. Maybe that was the conditions that he had during the pre-Worlds, and he knows it. Michal Sobets, P2, he will be happy. Briggs Kosman, P3. Briggs, we've also seen him have a bit of a slow start to the racing. 21st overall at the moment, 28, 10, 8, 4, 10, D, and C. We will want to know what happened in that first race. Let's see if we can get some updates. But there he goes, P3, P4 for Andrea de Murtas, and P5 for Eren from Turkey. Looks like Eren and Andrea de Murtas are going to be with a hand-on-hand this week. 7th, Manuel Braganza. 8th, Swiss sailor Elliot Novara. 9th for Greek. This is Greek. Apologies, I cannot see his number well. This is Dimitrios Kento from Greece, and to round the top 10, Otto Vilnis from Latvia. I do not know if there are any local Morocco sailors in the Gold Fleet. First Morocco sailor is Yassin El Wafi. We saw Morocco race good in the team racing. They managed to make it into the top 48 teams, but unfortunately we won't see Morocco in this Gold Fleet racing. Yalla Morocco. And here we are seeing the rest of the Gold Fleet come through. Some sailors opting for a low banana, as we call it in our Road to Gold course, just trying to make a bit less distance than their rivals. Drawback of this is that you are under the other boats, so if it's not windy enough for you to be fast, you could get stuck very, very quickly. Whilst we see the last sailors of the Gold Fleet round, just want to remind you that all the races are live on MetaSail to be able to follow the racing. And let's go to camera 2 at the moment to see the red pre-start. I said before that the Silver Fleet were not racing still, but they were. And it has not been a clear race. There has been a UFD for race number 7 Blue Fleet that took place 10 minutes ago right now. We're seeing the sailors line up, more than a few minutes still left, so let's go back to Gold Fleet while we wait for the red start to start. Here we have it, Gold Fleet So here we are seeing the reaching of this race number 7 gold fleet. And looks like Spanish Nicolas Bastard managed to zoom away from the rest of the fleet. Michal Sobec still holding into second, Briggs Kosman in third, and Andrea de Murtas from Italy in fourth place. Eren from Turkey aiming for a bit more of a high reach, trying to go above them. Depending on how the wave is and how the intensity is, it could pay off going this higher lane, or maybe it's better to go in a low lane. So we will not know until they collide or they converge back at the top mark. So and here we have Bronze Fleet just going through. You'll have it on your screens right now. We're seeing the sailors from this Bronze Fleet, second race of the day. They will have 3 races as all the other fleets. It was a clear start in the Bronze Fleet. So here we are, the sailors, mostly of them pushing towards the left. Maybe they saw Nicolas Bastard from Spain rounding in first position. So they will be interested in seeing what side pays off. Obviously, they all want to win the races. It's better finishing the 143 than 170. So still, they can improve. They cannot pass the sailors in Silver Fleet, and they cannot get overtaken by the sailors in Emerald Fleet, but they can still move around in this Bronze Fleet positions. Leave you with the racing and soon get back with more action. Here we have it, the gold fleet taking the gate. This will mean that they go up towards the finish line now. Arthur Lamin, that we saw was doing good in the overall, just taking the gate there. Let's see if we can follow any other fleets coming up. We will leave you with the live standings of the gold fleet. Well, we see now the emerald fleet just going. The emerald fleet are already racing. And here we have it, emerald fleet again, once again pushing towards the left hand of the course, fleet staying on starboard, and we're gonna see them go towards that left side of the course. Gold fleet here, and we're gonna see the first leading boats. We're gonna see if we can find Nicolas Bastard and Michael Sobets and Briggs Kosman. Top three at the moment. We will see Nicolas, Briggs, and Michael gaining some spots on the overall. Eren and Andrea de Murtas, first and second overall in the standings. Let's just refresh that. And fourth, Andrea. So we will see, we're seeing the top boats once again go towards that left side of the course. And here we have close shot of Nicolas working the boats. Wind conditions got a bit stronger. Here we have the updated wind conditions. 295, wave getting a bit bigger, 0.5 meters and increasing. And what a great shot of the Spaniard working hard the boat here. Here we have him working hard the boat. To leeward of him, Manuel Braganza and Briggs Kosman with Tanger in the background. Great views here. Let's see if our camera can get slightly closer and see how they are working. Fore aft movement to pass this chop. Very important to keep the flow on the boat, keep on working it constantly. Boat builds some extra speed, we sheet in, point a bit higher, and when it slows down again, before it slows, we open again, deepen the sail and just help us pass through. Here we have Manuel Braganza just making some distance to the overall leader. Nicolas Bastard not giving him a chance to get past. Here we have, looks like at the moment 1 and 2. Tracking saying that Manuel Braganza is in P1, although clearly looks that Nicolas Bastard is the leading boat at the moment. Getting in the shot right now, Michael Sobets. Michael, vice world champion from last year. And sailors slowly approaching. Nicolas choosing to cover the boats here in the left hand side of the course, right hand side of your screens. He probably thinks there is a bit more pressure. This is where he came from in the first upwind, so he will for sure want to cover. And tack should come soon, and here we have Nicolas just tacking. Looking very good position for him. He just has to seal the race now, and he will get pushed up in the overall standings of this 2026 Worlds. Umpire just checking there on the top boats, and once they finish, some boats will be called for measuring. At the moment, Nicolas Bastard, 22nd overall, 14-1, 29-4, 46-14. So he has had some races that were not the best, but one bullet for him on day one and a 4th place on day 2. With another bullet now, we'll see him go into a very good position. Briggs Kosman unfortunately had a 60 on the last race, but we're seeing him second overall at the moment, depending on the crossing, with Manuel Braganza. And once again, very different styles. Briggs opting here to use his front arm to control the pitch of the boat when needed, whilst Nicolas Bastard more using his back. We can see that he is slightly more locked on the legs than Briggs. Briggs was moving around a bit more. Very different styles, and you can make them both work. Different equipment. Briggs Cosman running CD sail, as well as Manuel Braganza, CD being one of the sponsors of the stream. Extremely good sails made by Claudio De Martis. Last year we had a rep of the brand, Santiago, come over to the studio. He gave some really good feedback and insights onto how the sails work, how they help the sailors. And here we can see, zooming in to, here we have a great shot of USA 400 Briggs Cosman with his iconic yellow helmet. He is racing in a fighter boat, fighter also being one of the sponsors. So here we have a full sponsor setup. He is running full horizontal sail, whilst Manuel Braganza is opting, I believe, for the DRS sail. Manuel really sheeted in. If we see the distance between the boom and the boat, he for sure has a very, very low rake. Helps him pointing, but you have to be very precise and work the main sheet a lot, as you need to play with it. Manuel, similar style to Briggs we saw before, using the front arm to control the pitch. And the sailors here sailing excellently. This is quite of a more recent technique. I think it was Marco Gradoni that started doing it more. Before that, it wasn't as common playing so much with the arms. It was more of a static thing. You just had it on the main. Nicolas aiming here for a more traditional style, let's say. Fore aft with the back. And obviously playing with the rudder and the main sheet. It is key to keep the flow on the boat. And if you can sheet in harder, you can obviously point a bit higher. So it is something you constantly do. And here we have it. Top 4 boats at the moment. Looks like Nicola has a bit of an edge at the moment over Briggs. Briggs is a bit of a tight lane. Michal Sobets just tacking through now. Yes. And here we have the crossing of the first 4 boats. Looks like Manuel, Nicolas and Briggs will cross in P3 overall. So we're just seeing them seal the deal here in race number 7, second race of the finals. Nicolas Bastard aiming here for a finish line on the pin. We'll probably see a tack coming in soon. No, he decides to cross through. Briggs Cosman, P2 for him, just tacking there, going towards the pin ley line. And Manuel Braganza just also going here towards this pin ley line. Another sailor with CD just came through. We didn't see him through before. It was Elliot Novarra from Switzerland. Really good race for him in the previous race, and now once again top 10 at the moment. With this race we will see him go up, coached by Adrian Barceló. Here we have the 4 first boats. Otto from Latvia and Michal Sobets from Slovenia, 5 and 6, and Cengiz from Turkey, P7. Very, very good scorecard for Cengiz. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 7. So he for sure will keep the lead. And we haven't seen for a while, we haven't seen Carl Berger, so let's see if we see him come through soon. Because bad race could be in trouble for him, as he already has a 17th as a discard. Championship is very, very long. Andrés de Murtas is coming through now. But the championship is very, very long. And another bad race could change the situation. Will Catley and Turkish fellow member from Cengiz coming through now. Maltese sailor Andrei coming through. So not the best race, but also not a bad race. Keeps you in contention for that top 5, top 10 overall. So here we are seeing the finish line of the blue fleet. Second race of today, race number 7 overall. Bronze and emerald still racing this race number 7, and we have some confirmation of the UFDs. Silver UFDs, Switzerland 2042, Cyprus 105, Chile 316, and Norway 4131. Race 7 emerald UFDs, Egypt 725, Qatar 48, Slovenia 473, Latvia 160, Tunisia 63. So those are the UFDs for race number 7. Let's switch to the camera now for a second just to see the fleets. This is the fleet. We can see the fleets racing. We see the blue and the red. And here we're seeing the start line. We're seeing the start line. Yellow fleet here in the background, gold fleet just getting ready for race number 8. In the background, we're seeing blue, bronze, silver, bronze, and emerald fleets racing. Blue already coming back. We're seeing them reaching downwind towards the start line again. Bronze just going upwind now, and emerald just reaching now to the finishing line, and we can see the last boats of Silver Fleet finish this race number 7.
vitesse, faire gagner le sport.
Did you know the wetsuit you wear pollutes the ocean? Traditional neoprene takes 1,000 years to disappear. Clean. Restore. Prevent.
So here we are, last minute of race number 8, Gold Fleet. Today the conditions have delivered. Stable, nice breeze, which has made the racing quite quick. It is local 3:40 local time, and we are already with the last race of today. Gold Fleet will go after they finish this race, and the next fleets will do the same once they finish. Let's see if we can get the updated results from race number 7. Still not posted race number 7. So we will let you know when race number 7 is posted. But here we are, less than 1 minute to go for the yellow fleet start. Pin end looking pushy. Pin end looking pushy. Flag going down, and it is looking like a clear start. Clear start for the Gold Fleet in race number. General recall. Okay, yes, general recall for Gold Fleet in race number 8. So we will have to go again through procedure, and this time we will probably go with a black flag. Silver Fleet just behind them. We can see them approaching, and the umpire just crossing in front of the boats to indicate that this was a general recall, and we will have to redo the start. And let's go now see the finishing line of the 7th race for the Bronze Fleet. Yalla Morocco, Morocco in P1 and P2 in this race, so the locals will be happy. And here we have them crossing the finishing line in a few seconds. Apologies, I said bronze, it is the Emerald Fleet, but still, local sailors doing good. 1 and 2. And now let's go quickly back to see how the Gold Fleet is. Here we have Gold Fleet. procedure already with a black flag this time, so we will slowly see the fleet going behind the line, making sure they're not over, because being over can be very expensive. Last minute coming up soon, and whilst we wait, let's just go back to the Emerald Fleet. Here we have them, Emerald Fleet. Ukraine, Paraguay, and Oman coming through. Congrats. And as the Emerald Fleet approaches, we also have the Gold Fleets just starting. Race number 7 for Emerald, race number 8 for Gold Fleet. 8 being the last fleet of all, so they will have a bit more time here on the water. Race 7 still not uploaded. We will let you know when race 7 results are uploaded, and we can let you know the updated overall standings. And we are going to change it now to gold for race number 8. Here we have it, Gold Fleet. Tracking coming through. Also now we will see it update. The fleet now more conservative, being further behind the starting line. We can see more of a line sag. Committee group pushing more. Pin a bit more empty. So today showing that is a day to not give anything for certain. First race, right paid off hard time. Second race, left paid off again. So wind is changing. Sailors have to be alert, have to be all the time thinking about what is the next move the wind will do, and just stay on top of their game. Less than 1 minute already. Starting coming soon. And here we go. Here we go, time for the start. Looks like a clear start initially, clear start by the Gold Fleet. Jan Hevre from UAE most to committee. We saw him do the same move in the first race, so looks like he is back trying this. Great close-up here. We're seeing Joao from Brazil looking good. All Brazilians before the first race of today were in top 30. Michal Sobec here coming through, and Guillermo Costa. So we're seeing the top sailors in the overall having a good start. Manuel Braganza, really good start here, also to windward of Ines. Briggs Kosman and Carl Birgerson here, another good start for them. And as we pan through, we are seeing the fleet holding. Sengiz, not the best start. Didn't know what happened to him. We saw him there in the back lanes. And Spanish looks like they have it clear. Daniel Capa here, unfortunately, bad start. Hugo from Spain that we saw do good in the first race. In this left side of the course pushing. Elliot, 2 races today, 2 good races, so looks like he is onto something. He knows what is paying off and what is not paying off, so we will see him come through. Camera just rotating now, and we're seeing the fleet go towards the left. And the fleet, the opinion is divided. This race is not as straight through as the other ones. We're seeing half of the fleet hold on starboard, push towards that left side of the course, and the other half push towards that right side of the course. Elliot from Switzerland, good position there, looking fast. bailing, bailing, and bailing. Something important about the Opti is that it's not as other classes where you have a self-bailer that just bails by itself. Here, you have to bail constantly by hand, so the more water you're carrying in the boat, the slower you go, so that's like a key feature to have a dry boat. And here we are, race number 8. Race number 8, Elliot looking in good position, and Isaac from Norway to leeward looking in good position. Hugo from Spain just tacking off towards that right side of the course, looking in a good position. Very important when the breeze is like this, that it's more or less symmetrical, let's say, that you make sure you are not tacking too much, that you focus on boat speed and you have a clear lane. So there we have a Norwegian sailor tacking through along Hugo and Swiss Elliot. 3 of them on port going towards that right side now. Wave has gotten bigger. We're just in the Strait of Gibraltar between Spain and Africa. So we could see with this direction some swell come through, which we are seeing slowly increase. The wind has a big fetch to create big waves, so that's a bit what we're seeing now. The wave has been increasing throughout the day. We started with 0.3 meters and we're probably around 0.8 meters. Might not seem like a lot, 50 centimeters difference, but it is massive. It changes your sailing technique completely. Andrea de Murtas, we see him there at the moment. The tracking showing Hugo Elliot in P1 and P2. Andrea de Murtas in top 10, so it looks like at the moment this left side is going stronger. And here we are following Gold Fleet. Danny Kappa now pushing himself into the top 10 standings in this race. So indicating this left side is becoming stronger and stronger. We saw Danny didn't have the best start, but he has been patient, slowly found his lane and looked like he's doing better. Andrea de Murtas here fighting against these waves. We can see him having to hike. Sometimes the waves splashing a bit too much. Maybe he's a bit out of sync with the fore-aft movement. But there we go. There we go. Confirmation by race committee. Race number 8, Gold Fleet was a clear start. So sailors will be happy. No sudden disappointments when they cross the finishing line. And we're now zooming across. Let's go see the right side of this race course and see how the right side of Gold is doing. And as we're panning now, we see Tanger in the background. Tanger being an amazing venue, delivering incredible winds all the days. Days 3 saw a really long day for the kids. Unfortunately, the wind, the sailors went out late to the water and we started a race where the wind didn't hold too much, so we had to wait for the new gradient wind to fill in. But at the end, Tanger doesn't disappoint. Tanger delivered great conditions, and the sailors could finish qualifying on day 3. For a few minutes or a few hours, it looked like maybe they wouldn't be able to finish a qualifying and it would have to be dragged into today. But at the end, they managed to get that 5th important race that moved them directly into finals. right side of the course, we see Bermuda sailors and Canada sailors pushing in this right side. Tracking at the moment that you can see in the right hand side of the screen, showing left still crossing ahead, and yes, does definitely look like left side is crossing. First girl at the moment in the current race standing looks like it's Pola Wojcik from Poland. Pola won Valencia Regatta earlier this year up the orange, so she's shown she knows how to race in this incredibly high level fleets of international racing. Brazil 4501 Joao tagging to leeward of the pack, definitely left became very strong. Looks like there has been a left shift trend during the day. We started with a 295 and race committee saying around the 275 280 now. So left trend during the day, and it has shown during the races. First race, right side paid off, and now we've seen the left in the last two races pay through. Ines from Puerto Rico not crossing here, having to tack to leeward of the fleet. Sometimes when you're in this situation, you have to think about what should I or should I not do, because it is very, very hard. If you have to start ducking boats and getting into sterns and you get into dirty air, it could be that it is not the most interesting of the situation, so you tack to leeward of the group and at least try to cross some boats that you will be faster than, because if you get into the dirty air, very hard coming out after.
Hello, I should come back 30? I have 40 to
And we're slowly approaching the top mark, left becoming stronger, the rich becoming richer. Elliot from Switzerland in P1 at the moment, Hugo Gonzalo P2, and Paul Masson from France in P3. Elliot has had an incredible day. 2 top 10 finishes, well, 11th in the first race and a top 10 finish in the second race, so that will see him move up quite a lot in the overall standings. And here we have umpire surveying the top boats once again. No mistakes, no cheating allowed. This is a self-regulating sport, so it's very important to be able to trust your competitors and make sure that you are a fair sailor and a fair competitor. Here we are, approaching from the right ley line. Elliot, Hugo, Andrea, Paul and Isaac looking like the top 5. Still a bit of upwind left, so we could see these positions juggle a bit, as we don't know where they are exactly situated in the course. But as for now, this looks clearly like the left side is paying. Wind increased a bit, I would say. Now it is around 15, 16 knots, so we will see how the sailors manage and how the hiking becomes intense. Long day for the sailors, definitely. 3 races in mid to high breeze is demanding for all the sailors, so very important for them to keep an eye in their nutrition and their hydration to make sure they are ready to perform. We're slowly going to the left side of the course and seeing the fleet approach. Looks like a lineup, looks like a rabbit start in this left side. Boats really evenly matched, close to each other, and just making distance towards this mark. Just switching cameras now, getting a bit of the higher shot, seeing the gold fleet approach the top mark. Elliot from Switzerland rounding in first place. Hugo Gonzalez from Spain rounding in second or first. We will see it now when we get slightly closer. We just had to do a last minute drone change, so that's why we are changing into this higher camera. But as soon as we get some clear images, we will let you know the top 10 scores. And here we have it, first boat overall at the moment, Hugo from Spain. Let's see if we can see a bit better the number. It is a Spaniard for sure in the lead. Second, Norwegian Isaac. Danny Kappa in fourth place. Yes, sorry, it's Nicolas from Spain in first place. Isaac from Norway second. Danny Kappa third. And fourth for Jonathan Rogers from Johnny Rogers in this group. Let's see if there are anyone else in front or these are the leading pack. We still have no updated results from race number 7 for any of the fleets. We're still waiting for them. I will let you know if we have any other updates from the other fleets. But at the moment, we are seeing a gold fleet in race number 8, last race of today. We will soon be switching cameras to the higher quality cameras, but we are following here the top boats. Andrea de Murtas, Manuel Braganza coming through the screen now, Johnny Rogers, that won Paramos Trophy, Danny Kappa here, third position, second for Isaac, first is Elliot. Elliot is the first, we just see him now more clearly. Nicolas Bastard in second place, and Isaac from Norway in third place. We can see them really juggle around against each other, up and down, trying to squeeze in. If you go above them, you obviously give bad air, but the sailors in front do not let you and won't let you do so because they know bad air means you get passed. So that's how it's looking at the moment. In the background, still we have Spain. And here we have top 3. Elliot from Switzerland, a very solid day. He will probably see himself moving into the top 8 positions. He scored 11th in the first race, top 10 in the second one. And he was already top 10 after the first race. So let's see how it advances. Elliot cruising around the course. He is looking fast. He is looking speedy. For sure, his coach in this regatta, Adrian Barceló, will be happy right now. Only, unfortunately, one Swiss in the gold fleet. It is Elliot, his teammates, Lou, Dimitri, Tim, Adrian are in the other fleets, unfortunately, so he will be alone here, battling it against the rest of the sailors. No team, no friends to see along the races, so very very important for him to do a good spot for his nation. His country won Worlds 2014 and 2016 with sailors Nicolas Rolas and Max Wallenberg. So let's just change camera now and get a bit of a closer view. And here we are seeing, it is windy for sure, it is very windy. And umpires won't let anyone pump or break Rule 42 in any other way. And now comes the fun part. They're just about to go into the downwind and they will enjoy the surfing. Wave looks a bit offset, looking how the sailors are pointing and from which way it's going. So we will see them take that into account and play with the waves. Great plan there in the mark rounding. Let's see if we see who made it through there. Spanish, just coming through to Spanish. Johnny Rogers from GBR also getting a great plan there, standing up. Andrea de Murtas deciding to go straight, whilst Briggs Kosman going for a jibe. We're seeing now Natalia and Carl Bergerson from Sweden just come through. Round 15-20, so not a good race, but also not the best race. And here we're just seeing Sengi's quite of a shocker, seeing him in this position. He's been very solid till now, and now we see him back here. He didn't have the best start. We saw him already and we commented that he didn't have the best start, so he has some ground to make up now slowly. Arthur Lamin, that we saw start the day in second overall, not having the best day. Maybe he didn't find his tempo today. So we are here seeing the last boats of this gold fleet. Silver and emerald and bronze still pending to race. We see silver already there having started. We will soon cover a bit of silver, see how they're doing. But here we are following gold in the downwind. Last few sailors of the gold fleet just coming through now. Extremely high level sailors. We're even seeing like sailors like Finnish Sisu Celio that won Valencia Opti Orange here in the last positions. So we can see that in gold fleet they do not let you pass any bad decisions or starts. We're now slowly following the fleet downwind. Incredible shots here. And we're seeing Mara, that was going into finals as the first girl, unfortunately had an infraction for measurements and saw her penalized quite a bit. And we're now slowly advancing. Hugo from Spain here in the screen. We can see him very, very well sailing downwind and surfing the waves. Dani Capa here. Unfortunately, Dani had two bad initial races. With the first race, he was 14th overall. But let's see how he does now with this good race. And Elliot from Switzerland giving us lots to talk about. Really, he is here leading by far the race, comfortably surfing downwind. Let's just zoom in a bit in him and see how it is looking, how he is. Let's see if we can maybe find any of the secrets as to how he is so fast. And as I was saying before, wave a bit crossed. We're seeing Swiss Elliot really crossing against the waves, not going fully on the wave direction, that means it's a bit tilted, so will really affect how you sail in one jibe and how you sail on the other one. He's really crossing down, he's really using the waves to go low and really cross through. Second at the moment is Nikolai from Norway, Nicolas from Spain in third, and Manuel Braganza, which we are seeing behind, storming towards Elliot. Manuel, very fast sailor. He's extremely fast, has a great technique. We saw him sail before. At the moment, 6th overall with a very impressive scorecard. 2, 10, 10, 1, 2, 5. So that puts him in a really good position to win Worlds. Last year, he was close. He nearly did it, but unfortunately had one bad race, which put him out of contention, and Nicolaus Papas won. Here we have the fleet going downwind, soon approaching the gate. And last year Manuel finished 4th. Unfortunately, he had an incredible scorecard, 5-5, 1-2-1, 41, which was a shocker, 3-1 BFD. That BFD put him out of contention. Before that, he was clearly gonna win the Worlds, but bad race put him completely out. And he is here again with Carl, only 2 sailors from last year's top 10 racing once again. From the fleet from last year we also have Ines, Ines also was top 10 and was here. All the other sailors unfortunately not in this Gold Fleet or racing. So here we are. We're seeing Elliot at the moment just cruising through, enjoying this downwind. There has been confirmed black flags in race number 8. They had a general recall and then they had second round. So they will soon let you know who are those black flagged sailors. Here we have Elliot slowly zooming towards the gate. One more upwind and then he will go home. He will be happy. He will be happy going home and with a really good first solid day in Gold Fleet. Elliot just coming through. Manuel Braganza coming here in P2. And Briggs Cosman looking like he's deciding to do a last minute gate change or not. No, he will go to the right hand gate, taking a split. Norway, Nikolai coming in 3rd, and now we see Briggs coming in 4th place. Nicolas Bastard from Spain in 5th place, and fellow Spaniard Dani Capa 7th. Briggs just passing and tacking through. He will have few boats to avoid here that are going downwind, so he really needs to measure well where he is crossing to not have too much bad air. But for sure this is a good controlling move. If he's clear ahead and just needs a top 3 to put himself up, that will be more than enough. First race of today, Briggs scored a 60th. That was a shocker for him, but then we saw him scored a 2nd or 3rd, and now again in top spots, so that will see him push a bit higher up the ranks. Cengiz from Turkey just passing around. He is having a bit of a shocker in this race. And here we are following the top sailors of Gold Fleet. We're seeing Blue Fleet already approaching the top upwind mark. We'll update you soon. This is Gold Fleet, and we're already focusing on the top 5 boats at the moment. Swiss Elliott here on, Manuel Braganza just tacking on top of Briggs. I'm also seeing in the screen Nicolas Bastard, and Swiss Elliott in another league, just enjoying and cruising around the course. P1 and clear start, so for sure he won't have any bad or second thoughts when he arrives to the finishing line. Red Fleet confirmed had a clear start, so we will soon start with procedure for the Green Fleet. Here we are, live, race 8 Gold Fleet. Manuel. Changing camera now to see Gold Fleet from the other side. And Manuel Braganza here, again we're seeing his use of the arm to help pass the waves. Sheeting in quite hard, for sure, low in the rake. And he is looking solid, he is looking very fast, and has been consistent throughout the day. 6th in the first race, 5th in the second race, and looks like 2nd in the third race of today as for now. That will for sure put him in a very, very good position with respect to the other sailor. But the bullet will be going to Swiss Elliott. Doesn't look like he will let anyone pass. And we can see him, bit of a different sailing style as to other sailors. He's letting the boat heel slightly more. Also very, very back on the rake. And we can see him, he is just letting the boat heel a bit more and rock against it. Just power with his body through the waves. Similar to Ines that we saw before, weight quite forward, pushing with his back forward when needed. And he is looking fast. He is looking for sure fast. Bailer in hand here, just helping him rock through the waves. Fore aft. This is legal, in case you're asking. You can work the boat to help pass the waves. And yeah, great shot of him. Great body work here, keeping the boat fast. And before this finish line, let's see a bit of the blue, just going on the reach. Here we are, Blue Fleet, Turkey 1907 in a leading position. Singapore and Puerto Rico in the leading boats also. So here we are. These are the boats. We're now switching back to Gold Fleet. We're seeing the finishing line. Elliot, Manuel, and Nikolai looking like the top three at the moment based on the live rankings. Daniel, Kappa, Andrea, Isaac, Natalia, and Briggs looking like the boat's filling up. We're just having Briggs and Nicolas. Looks like Briggs took a bit of a hit taking that right hand gate. Left was too favored to cover across. And Nicolas made his way through to the other side of the course. Still no updated results. Green Fleet still not racing. And we'll soon after this switch to the starting line, see what's going on there with the Green Fleet. Green Fleet in procedure, just coming in your screens now. And we're seeing they still have more than 1 minute left, so let's go back to the action in Gold Fleet. Great shot here. We're seeing Joao, Dani Kappa, Andrea de Murtas just coming through the screen. Jan Hevre from UAE also there. Sailors close to the ley line, just going to the left side of the course that we've seen paying so much. And in front of them, we're having the Blue Fleet, the Silver Fleet that just coming downwind soon. Really stretched out. We see some boats that are nearly downwind, and the last few unfortunate boats are still close to the upwind mark. Elliot taking soon the win of this race. Congrats to Elliot. Looks like the left side of the course has extremely paid. We saw Manuel Braganza before leeward of this pack, and looks like he might even have been overtaken by Nicolas, Daniel, and the other sailors. Great close-up shot here. We can see the bailers that they are positioned for easy access on the side of the boat. Easier to access, no need to hike as much. And we're seeing here great synchro, main sheet, rudder, and bodywork. If you miss one of those three, it means you're very slow, so very important to have all of them in sync and keep the boat fast. Just crossing now the finish line in a few seconds. We have Nicolas from Spain. Congrats, Nicolas, 2 good races. Briggs Cosman also scoring another 2 good races, and let's pan out. Looks like that is Manuel passing through before, sorry, that is Nikolai. Dani Kappa here, Dani and his home club Estañol would be happy. Joao here coming through with Natalia, Valin, and Isaac. One more boat to see who runs off the top 10, and I think is Andrea de Murtas. Yes, Andrea de Murtas just coming through now in the screen. So that rounds the top 10, and Carl, 11th place. 11th place for Carl. So if any of the sailors get called for measurements now, they will get checked. If for whatever reason they are non-class compliant, they will have a penalty. But that does not mean the boats overtake you. You will be in the same position. 2 Argentinians coming through. Big chance they are Tomas, as there are 3 Tomases in the Argentinian team, and it is Tomas Morteo and Gino Pichetti coming through. Jan Hevre from UAE along Lucas Cao and Maltese squad. Johnny Rogers coming through, and Fengith managed, our oval leader managed to make some spots, but still, that looks like a 16, 17. And if you're trying to win the Worlds, that could not be enough. He will be the only sailor that will represent their country at Worlds and Europeans, because he won Europeans last year. Confirmation that Green Fleet had UFDs, so we will soon update you with this. Meanwhile, we're letting you with the Gold Fleet just passing through the finishing line. Great shots, but our pilots, and I hope you're enjoying the racing as much as I do.
faire gagner le sport.
Did you know the wetsuit you wear pollutes the ocean? Traditional neoprene takes 1,000 years to disappear. Clean. Restore. Prevent. Same performance, smaller footprint. Because protecting the ocean isn't optional, it's the whole point.
What does it take to become a sailing champion? Talent helps, but preparation makes the difference. At Gold Winds Sailing Academy, we develop the sailors of tomorrow through elite coaching, advanced training, and real competitive experience. From youth classes to Olympic pathways, we build athletes ready to perform when it matters most. Because excellence isn't found, it's trained. Gold Winds Sailing Academy. To be a sailing pro, start training like one.
MDJS, faire gagner le sport.
Did you know the wetsuit you wear pollutes the ocean? Traditional neoprene takes 1,000 years to disappear. Clean.
So last few fleets finishing off here. We're just following the last few races, and that will be the end of today. Tanger definitely delivering some amazing conditions. We are now in the Silver Fleet, seeing the Silver Fleet boats. Joseph Moravec from Canada in your screens right now. To windward, we have Argentinian Joaquin Figueroa. And here we are seeing the sailors slowly approach the finishing line. That will be the end of race number 8 for silver, and only bronze and emerald fleets remaining to race. Unfortunately, still no updates on race 7 results, so we cannot update you with that. But we're here seeing the race coming through. Let us know, who are you cheering for? Who are you looking at? We are here in Tanger, and let us know which country are you cheering for. Looking at the chat, we have people cheering from Spain, Argentina, Netherlands, Thailand, Lithuania, Philippines, Poland, Trinidad, Slovenia, Portugal. So very, very, very diverse audience. It's amazing seeing how sailing gets so many countries together. And not only countries with seas, there are many countries that only sail in lakes, for example Austria, and then get incredible results, like for example the Austrian 470 gold medal in Paris. And here we're seeing slowly the Silver Fleet approach the finishing line. Let's see if we can zoom in a bit more and see who will be the winner of this race. It is Turkey 1907, that is Mete Han, vice world champion in team racing yesterday, but unfortunately fell in Silver Fleet in the individuals. Winning comfortably this race. We see him just coming through. And let's see who is second place overall. Looks like sailor from Singapore. Let's see if we can zoom in more. Yes, and here we have it. It's Singapore 71. Singapore 71 is Kevin from Singapore just coming through now. Singapore 171. Third overall is Johnny Seekamp from Germany. Johnny unfortunately didn't have the first best few days. He had 11, 24, 46, 26, 11, which unfortunately put him in silver fleet. He'll be quite shocked, not very happy for sure after finishing 8th last year. So you can see you can never let your guard down in a world championship. Coming now, we have Greek Georgios Karnavas. Greek Georgios also did quite a good worlds last year. He finished 9th overall, so quite crazy to see two sailors from the top 10 last year not making it to gold fleet. The bar is incredibly high and you can never let your guard down. Another Swiss doing good. We saw the Swiss winning the last race, Elliot from Switzerland winning the race, and now we see his colleague Lou, I believe it was Lou, just scoring another good race, so coach will be happy. Unfortunately, this is not gold fleet, so they cannot make it further than the 72nd position on the overall, but still, a good race is a good race. Let's go around. We have bronze fleet now in the gate coming through. This is the second to last fleet, and we'll just have emerald fleet remaining. Here we have bronze fleet just coming through in your screens. This is Japanese sailor Yo Yamada. Let's see him just tacking to leeward of Bermudian sailor Rex. That was Rex from Bermuda. And here we have, looking like the first boat of the German squad in this bronze fleet. It is Leo Maximilian just coming through, and Italian girl Carol here in bronze fleet. Many of these sailors we saw yesterday in the team racing doing very well. So we see that the level is very high. And now let's just see the finishing line of the silver boats. Last few boats is coming through. Soon finishing this last race of today. Extremely long day for the sailors. 3 races completed in incredible conditions, so they will all be happy. Heading back soon to relax, rest, and get ready for tomorrow. Now coming into camera 1, leading boats of the fleet. Let's see if we can get a bit of more zoom and see who is racing here. Getting close here, we see British sailor in this leading position. This is a Britain, Jacques Kent, bronze fleet. Overall, he's the first boat in bronze at the moment. Great close-up of him here, seeing him work through the boat, how he uses the rudder and the mainsail to work through. Carol from Italy, just to leeward Carol Veneri. Unfortunately, Carol had a bit of a struggle in the qualifying races. 21, 38, 47, 31, 37, 16. But here she can get her redemption and finally get those good races in. Switching to camera 4 here, where we are seeing the boats going downwind. Let's see if we can see who is this. I believe it is the Emerald Fleet. Nicola Victoria Douglas from Ukraine scored the 5th in the first race of today in the Emerald Fleet, and here she is again in the top positions. Not a lot of racing left today. We're seeing the bronze just finish off their last race and the Emerald Fleet going downwind, so the day will slowly finish. Gold and silver soon returning to shore, and we will be done for the day. Changing camera here, seeing the bronze fleet approach the finish line. Here we are seeing the bronze fleet slowly approach the finishing line with Tanger, Morocco in the background. Incredible colors and architecture behind. Just seeing, setting up an amazing landscape for racing. Once again, Tanger delivered, and race 8 yellow was a clear start, and there was UFDs and BFDs in blue and green. Let's see if we can get the list of the UFDs. Looks like New Zealand sailor is going to be in the lead. Let's see if it can focus on who it is. New Zealand 4825. That's Ali Burfoot from New Zealand, just tugging through. Bronze fleet in the first race of today. She didn't have the best race. She had a 61, but look at her leading this last race back to shore. We're very close to the finishing line, very, very close. Soon we'll be here for the end of race 8 bronze. Once again, thanks to the sponsors of the streaming. that have allowed us to be here. New Blue, CD Sales, Goldwinds Academy, Road to Gold online course, and many other companies, Baltic being one of them. And here we are seeing, looks like a race for Ali of New Zealand, second place for US Sailor, and third for Hong Kong, fourth for Singapore, and fifth for UAE. And we'll just let you with the images of the first boats of Bronze Fleet coming through. And here we are following the Emerald Fleet in the last race of today. Egypt 7-5, leading at the moment in this last upwind. This is Egypt sailor Laila leading this race. And we have updated BFDs. Silver Fleet, it was Switzerland 1853, Canada 1856, and Ireland 1675. Denmark 8804, Kuwait 56, Tunisia 77, and Tunisia 63. In Emerald Fleet getting a BFD. I repeat, Silver Fleet BFDs, Switzerland 1853, Canada 1856, Ireland 1675, Emerald Fleet UFDs, India 1915, Denmark 8804, Kuwait 56, Tunisia 77, and Tunisia 63. Unfortunately, these sailors will have a BFD and UFDs. Right now on the screen, we are seeing iconic Matias Capizzano getting the most close on shot, on the water shots. Look at him there in his small rib, but all the equipment and getting the best shots. Egyptian sailor still in the lead. Laila looks like she will be taking the last race of today in the Emerald lead. And here we are seeing the upwind finish line approach by the Emerald Fleet. Looks like Ukrainian sailor still in the lead. That is Ukrainian Nicole Victoria Douglas. Looks like she will be taking the bullet in this race. At the moment, the boat that was leading was local Morocco sailor Sohabib. He was leading the Emerald Fleet on the overall. Clemens from Austria second, and Paul Miller from Austria in third. And there we're seeing Ukrainian Nicole. Apologies, it wasn't Ukrainian, it is Uruguay sailor. And I believe it is. Let's see if we can get a bit of a side view to see the cell number of who this is, but it's an Uruguay sailor for sure. I believe it's Francisco from Uruguay. Yes, Francisco here, rocking it to the finish line. And here we have Nicole from Ukraine. This is the boat we were seeing before that was leading in the downwind. And here she is working the boat through. And here we are seeing the first boats of the Emerald Fleet just coming through. In our screen, sailors from Morocco, India, and India. Here we are having them. We slowly see them approach the finishing line. And let's finish now. Let's change around to see the finish line. I meant from another point of view. Here we are, finish line of Emerald Fleet, Austria, Azerbaijan, India, Serbia, Ecuador, Cyprus, Morocco sailors just coming through. Also, Paraguay, and there we have it. Emerald Fleet sailors just coming through now. And here we have the last sailor of today coming through the finishing line. That's it. Thanks for joining us for the last 5 hours of streaming. We hope you've really enjoyed it. And whilst we wait for these sailors to finish, we will put some advertisements to thank the sponsors that make these live streams possible.
With safety. That's where everything starts for us, even before the first step. A first feeling that lasts. Safety as a choice. A trusted choice, one that feels good to put on. Designed for the journey you are about to take, and for the body that's wearing it. With engineered precision, with quality and function from the Nordic tradition. Because we understand, safety grows from insight. From every trip, from every adventure, from every experience. It's about how it feels. It's about comfort, about design that embraces the emotions of feeling safe and free. That's how we prepare for a new season. That's why people keep choosing Baltic year after year. That's what we mean when we say, the feel of comfortable safety.
Hey everyone, I'm not going to be there with you today, but I didn't want to miss this moment. More than 20 years ago, I was in a fleet like the one you're watching right now. There's where Nestor, my co-founder, and I met. And we haven't left the water since. But at some point we started seeing what we didn't want to see. How much pollution comes from the sport we love the most. Neoprene, materials, manufacturing processes, it all has a cost and the ocean is the one paying for it. 6 years ago, we started as a cleanup organization, pulling trash out of the water. And that's when it became all clear. We needed to go to the root of the problem. So we created Turtle Project around 3 simple actions. Clean the ocean, every wetsuit sold removes 1 kilo of plastic waste. Restore, we take back all wetsuits to give them a second life. And prevent future damage. Our products are made with natural materials that cut emissions by 80%. Watching this championship brings to me a lot of memories from 20 years ago. And we still want to make sure that this sport is not a problem for the planet anymore. If someone watching us runs a water sports operation, sailing school, surf school, whatever, and wants to do things differently, just reach out. We will help you make it sustainable step by step. If you are in Spain in the following days, we will be in collaboration with another world sailing event. Join us at the IQ Foil Youth Walls at Club Vela Ballena Alegre. We will be collecting all wetsuits to recycle on spot. And there's a gift for the 50 first people who bring one. Before I go, I want to wish good luck to all sailors competing this week. The level of sailing we're seeing is incredible, and extra support to Nico, who has won the warm-up regatta and is looking very strong. Thank you and see you in the water.